you at the time, Advocate Mlotshwa, nor I did not know the dockets. Advocate Bauer, so you did not know whether it was a docket in the office or a docket that was not in the office. My reply, not at all.
Proceed.
Advocate Bauer, was any other specifics discussed with you at the time? My reply, no, no.
Just hold it there. Go back to your affidavit. CSM 14 on page 003, CSM 0034.
I'm with you.
Go to the next paragraph.
Paragraph?
Paragraph, it should be 3, Madam Chair. It's not numbered, but 3 from the top. 1, 2.
She did not call me later.
Here's the
Few
reality.
days later.
Your college degree took 4 years and $100,000.
Indeed, Madam Chair.
AI skills, 28 days.
I'm getting lost. Paragraph?
Paragraph, it should be 3, Madam Chair. Yes, I indicated to the witness that I'm going back 3 from the top. CSM, I'm apologizing.
She did not call me later.
Here's the reality.
Days later.
Your college degree took 4 years and $100,000.
Indeed, Madam Chair.
AI skills, 28 days.
I'm getting a number when you go back to that statement. Thank you.
Go to paragraph 3.
She did not call me later. Few days later, I received a call from Advocate Chauke informing me that he had been instructed by Advocate Jiba to send a team of prosecutors to prosecute the accused in the Katomena case. He told me that there were very sensitive security issues surrounding the matter.
Go to paragraph 3.
I told him that I was going to attend the DPP's meeting at VGM. She did not call me on 29 Few days later, I received a call from Advocate Chauke informing me that he had been.
From the transcript in the Nkabinde Enquiry, it appears that you have corrected this phrase few days later. If you can go to page CSM B29.
Yes.
Are you B29?
Yes, I'm with you, sir.
The third paragraph where you were responding to Advocate Bauer's questions, where it starts with unfortunately. You see that?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that one.
You don't have to read the whole thing.
Yes.
Go down the page, 3 lines. After where the paragraph ends, you'll see the sentence that starts with, I think after. Are you there?
So where should I start reading?
Where it starts, the sentence, it's 3 lines after where it ends. It starts with, I think after. In the same paragraph that starts with, unfortunately.
You can lead the witness.
Are we on page CSM B29?
B29, yes.
Madam Mohlamonyane,
Madam Chair.
you can lead the witness about this aspect and just go to the point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You say there, I think after that will be 24. In the same paragraph.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think after that will be the 24th or 25th January. I was at VGM 19, and then 16 January, 1 April, 19, 23, 28, 29, and 30.
Read the next line.
Are you saying at paragraph 3 it ought to read a few months later, not a few days?
And then your answer?
Ought to read a few months later.
So let's go back to CSM 14.
Before you do that, that which appears at CSM B29 in relation to paragraph 3 of the statement, David Mohlamonyane, is the year 2012, because I just see dates there. There's no year appearing there. What do you seek to correct?
Yeah, let me find out from the witness whether the year is 2012 or not before I indicate what has to be corrected. Was the year 2012?
For the records, it will be 2012 between January and I think June of that period of 2012.
I mean, from the sentence that you read, from I think after that, that will be 24, up
That-
to and 30. Does that refer to, as Madam Chair
2012.
is asking, 2012 or not?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, go back to CSM 14, which is your statement. (0034) CSM-0034.
Yes.
The phrase "few days later," that is the one that you sought to
That is correct.
correct.
Yes.
That is what has to be corrected, Madam Chair. It should read "few months later."
Do you confirm, Advocate Mlotshwa?
I do, Madam Chair.
Sorry, can I get this straight? What you are correcting is the few days later in the unnumbered paragraph 3, the first line.
Indeed, Madam Mohlamonyane.
So she did not call me later, then a few months later.
Yeah, it should read "few months later." May I proceed, Madam Chair? We will have to go to cross-reference because we have to deal with these aspects of the dates. And I refer you to paragraph 41 of your affidavit, which is found on page CSM 0009.
Yes, I'm with you.
You confirm that you were shown this email exchange between yourself and Advocate Chauke dated the 13th March 2012.
I confirm that.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, maybe you should start by correcting the numbering. I've got 2 paragraph 41s there.
I've seen that, but I perhaps should leave it as 41. I propose that it be left as 41, the 2 paragraphs. If I correct it now,
You can
it will have
delete-
to change.
You can delete the second 41.
Indeed. The second one is deleted, Madam Mohlamonyane.
Advocate Mlotshwa, on CSM 0009, you have 2 41s there. We propose that the second number 41, where you say regarding the above emails, we delete that second number 41.
I
Is that-
accept that,
You accept
Madam
that?
Chair. Yes.
Otherwise, it's going to confuse. We will mark it as deleted. Councillor.
Now go to paragraph 42 on the same page.
Yes.
Before you go to 42, you were dealing with 41. What is in 41? It refers to that email exchange. Do you wish to make a point on that?
I wanted to tie 42 and 41, Madam Chair.
Yes.
But before I go back to 41, I would like him to read 42. Read 42 into the record.
Over and above the 2 emails we exchanged, I paid prosecutors a courtesy visit while at one of the Durban South Beach hotels. However, I do not recall a point until we met in the office of the acting national director, where we discussed the details of the case, either with Advocate Chauke or Advocate Nomgcobo or the prosecuting team.
Fine. Go back to 41 and read it into the record.
I've been provided with an email exchanged between Advocate Chauke and myself dated 13 March 2012. At 4:32 p.m. on 13 March 2012, Advocate Chauke sent an email to me headed Katomena Prosecutions Durban. His message reads, "Good day, bro. See email below. Kindly note that the guys will be in your jurisdiction about the subject matter tomorrow. I hope the NDPP has put you in the loop about the subject matter. Regarding the above email, I confirm that Advocate Chauke sent it to me, and I replied at 4:52 p.m. on 13 March 2012. Thank you very much for your assistance, Chief. If there is assistance that the team requires, the team can contact me directly, as I will be in my office in Pietermaritzburg, not in the Durban office."
Now, explain the context under which you received this email and then you visited the prosecutors at Durban South Beach hotels.
So the effort that I'm making here is between January, after receiving a call from the acting national director informing me about the urgent matter, until May, June, with Mr. Chauke, we did not discuss the details of I did not receive a call discussing the details. However, in between that period, we exchanged email. For instance, the first email he dropped me on 13 March 2012, indicating that the guys will be there. That email did not indicate the identity of the prosecutors will be in KZN. However, I think the following day or 2 days later, I received an SMS from Advocate Ray Matenjwa saying we're in your jurisdiction. Then that is the courtesy visit I'm talking about, where I traveled to Durban to greet the prosecutors. And I think it was at that point where Advocate Matenjwa indicated to me who the prosecutors were. Even an explanation that one prosecutor was going to join the team a bit later. I think that will be Advocate Gladstone Mayema. So, which means, in the first email of Mr. Chauke, in my email replying to him, during the courtesy visit, we were not discussing the details of the matter. And then in May, I think I was going to attend a meeting in Durban. I think it's then that I received a call where he was sensitizing me about the sensitivities, security issues that were surrounding the case. I think he called me saying, "Bro, there is a matter with very sensitive security issues here." Then I tersely replied that, look, in the light of the fact that I will be at national office, I think we will take it we will discuss during our DPP's meeting at headquarters. Then we terminated the conversation.
Fine. Let me then refer you to Advocate Chauke's statement.
I beg your pardon, Counsel. Did you understand what he meant by security issues?
Madam Chair, if we cast our minds back, at the time of the incident, it was at the time when in the NPA there was this great perception of phones being bugged. So we were as you can see, the emails and the telephonic conversations, we wouldn't give great details when interacting with each other telephonically in the NPA. I took it in that context that he was not disclosing the details and I was not interrogating him as well in the event someone is listening to our calls. There was that perception. I don't know whether it was true or it was just a myth.
Perceptions, however, who would have bugged the telephones in your offices?
What I'm trying to say is we had that fear. I was one of them. We had that fear that possibly someone is listening to the calls. The way things will happen, perhaps there's discussion, you see it in the newspapers and so on and so forth. But to date, I do not know if indeed the phones were bugged.
Yes, but why did you have fears at that time?
Madam Chair, the fear was
National Director,
not only with Chauke,
where we
even with other
discussed
colleagues,
the
we will be
details
very
of the
short
case,
in the
either with
discussions.
Advocate Chauke
But with Mr.
or
Chauke,
Advocate
we were
Nkabinde
still going to meet
or the
at the national
prosecuting
office.
team.
Hence, I indicated to him that at the time when I received
Fine.
the call,
Go back
I
to
was chairing a
41.
meeting. I left a meeting. I indicated to him that
And
due to
read
sensitive security issues that we are discussing, at
It
any
into the
rate,
record.
we will be able to see each other and discuss the matter.
Yes, I understand that. What I'd like to know is what fears or what prompted the fears? Why were you fearful?
Madam Chair, I think it was a perception, let me put it that way.
The perception of what?
That because of the nature of the work we were doing at the time, the prosecution work, that possibly other people are listening our calls.
But has that been the position in the NPP's and DPP's offices? Say, for instance, your office in KZN prior to this time?
Madam Chair, until I left, there was still that perception.
No, I'm talking about before that. That is, before you took office as acting DPP, KZN, were such perceptions prevalent as you seem to suggest?
Madam Chair, what I can say is I became more cautious of the existence of it when I was elevated into the position. So when I was the deputy, the senior state advocate, at that time I wouldn't sit at sensitive meetings. As a result, even though there was a perception, but it was not as strong as at the time when I took office.
I'm not sure whether I'm putting my question across properly to you. I would imagine that you would have fears or those kind of perceptions because something was happening. You don't just become fearful out of nothing.
The only thing that was happening, Madam Chair, is there will be some instances where perhaps there would be, when we discuss things, sometimes you see an article in the newspaper. So that will make one to be cautious that maybe someone is bugging the calls.
Do please give us the details? You talk about articles in the newspapers and specifically what?
Madam Chair, when I discuss with the evidence leaders, There are articles that are attached here but are not relevant to these proceedings. They form a bundle of the documents. I even asked the evidence leaders if they were going to be utilized in this forum. So all what they demonstrate, for instance, when we discuss things in my office that I'm under pressure, in one way or the other, I'll see a newspaper articles shortly before my recall that indeed I'm under pressure. So that is one of the examples. So it was a concerning thing that we couldn't control to see things in the public domain. So we thought that maybe in one way or the other there is maybe someone backing us. But all those articles are attached to the banks but are not relevant to these proceedings.
Yeah. We have become aware of certain newspaper tear sheets or occurrences relating to the Katomena matter. I'm sure you're talking about that. You remember the December Sunday Times articles? The tear sheet is in the record. I think December
I think
2012.
I remember seeing one by, I'm not sure whether Mzilikazi Kumalo,
Yes.
with pictures, something like that, yes.
Relating to the Katomena members.
Yes.
Had you seen that?
Yes, I remember seeing it, Madam Chair.
Could that have contributed to the perceptions and fears that you're talking about?
Madam Chair, it was not one article. There were so many articles in different newspapers.
Yes, I'm talking about all those because we have a number of them before us.
Yes.
Could that have been that which caused the perceptions that you're talking about and the fears?
I will agree, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
One follow-up. So when you say that apparently because of security reasons or fears of being backed, you understood quite well when Advocate Chauke did not give you the details. He just mentioned that you would meet. You were satisfied with that because of the environment then.
As soon as he indicated to me, Brur, there are sensitive security issues, I understood him.
You understood well?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, you may proceed, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go to Advocate Chauke's statement. I'm sure the bundle is in front, it's next to you, yes. Do you have it in
Yes.
front of you?
Yes,
Go,
yes.
go to page 6-36.
Yes, I'm with you.
If, Madam Chair, you've located the pages, the
This
panel.
is Advocate Chauke's statement before us.
Yes, Madam Chair. Page 6 of 36, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you.
I refer specifically to paragraph 132 on top there,
Yes, I
which
see.
Advocate Chauke states, I've also had an opportunity to consider Advocate Mlotshwa's testimony in the Nkabinde Enquiry. It appears that he insinuated that he had heard nothing of the matter, nor had any knowledge of it until or about May 2012. This assertion is incorrect and will be addressed in detail below. After you had dealt with the 13 March 2012 exchange of the emails with him. In paragraph 41 of your statement, what is your comment about the insinuation that you had heard nothing of the matter?
Okay. My reply is, for me to know about the matter under normal circumstances as prosecutors, we sit around the table, we discuss the details of the matter, the possible charges, we argue, we eventually agree on what charges to prepare. If there are memorandums, we read the memorandums, we interrogate the memorandums, and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say here, when it comes to the details of the matter, up until I was recalled, there is no point where I became aware of it. I was aware of the team that was in KZN. I was aware of the visit. I was aware that Mr. Chauke was going to send the team to KZN. But the matter itself, for instance, knowing how many dockets are involved, how many suspects are involved, what possible charges are there, that did not happen. That's what I'm trying to say.
Now, on the same page, at the bottom of the page, 6-36, where you say, read into the record where at the bottom of the page, when my colleague Advocate Chauke called me, he greeted me. Can you read that into the record?
When my colleague Advocate Chauke called me, he greeted me. I greeted him, Chief, how are you? And then he responded, and then he told me that he had been instructed by my colleague Advocate Chiba to send a team of prosecutors to prosecute the accused in the Kato manner, so that it is the first time I'm beginning to get just a faint idea what the case is possibly about. And then he further stated that there was sensitive, I think that's the call I was referring to in May, issues that were surrounding the matter. And then he has stated that I responded to him that in recognition of the fact that at any rate, I was going to attend a meeting at VGM. Let us discuss the matter further when the two of us attend that meeting. Then the call was terminated. Then I returned to the meeting. Then the meeting proceeded with the prosecutors and the deputies in KZN. So what I'm trying to say is, at the time of receipt of the call, I was chairing the meeting.
You were?
Chairing the meeting.
Yeah. Now, you're talking about a faint idea what the case is possibly about. Can you explain that?
By a faint idea, he is telling me that there is a sensitive issues around the issue. Then now I'm getting a faint idea that this is possibly a big or a high-profile case he is talking about.
And that is in May?
That is in May, preceding our meeting at VGM.
The meeting was on the 29 May?
Let's say last week of May, 2012.
But you mentioned 29 May on this page.
Yes, 29 May 2012.
And then you say it will be a few days before 29 May.
When I received the call, I think it will be a day or two or a few days before the attendance of that meeting.
Okay.
I'm trying to understand what point you are making on this engagement. What point is leader? What point are you making?
The point that he did not have details of the matters. He only had the faintest idea. As at May 2012, because according to Advocate Chauke, he says, Advocate Mlotshwa insinuates that he knew nothing at all.
Okay. That is
That's
the point that you are making.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Ramagaga.
Until May 2012.
Until May 2012. But according to him, in March, he agrees. He exchanged emails. He communicated with Advocate Chauke. Thank you, Madam Rama. Let us proceed, Advocate Mlotshwa, and go back to your statement. CSM 14, annexure CSM 14 on page CSM-0034, the statement of 2015.
Yes.
Go to paragraph 4. You've already indicated in passing about the meeting of the 29th May 2012, but I would like you to read this into the record, this paragraph here.
On 29 May 2012, I attended the DPP's meeting at VGM. While the meeting was in progress, Advocate Chauke told me that Advocate Jiba wanted to see us urgently in her office. I went with Advocate Chauke to Advocate Jiba's office. In Advocate Jiba's office, Advocate Chauke told Advocate Jiba that he can't discuss everything relating to the matter as he had serious security concerns, and there was a possibility of investigation necessitating arrest even of advocates in the office of the DPP KZN.
What did you understand by Advocate Chauke stating to you that he can't discuss everything relating to the matter?
As soon as he indicated that there is a possibility of advocates being prosecuted in my office, so I understood that I couldn't get into the details of the matter. And at that time, the main disadvantage I had is I had not read the dockets. I did not know the number of the dockets, the number of the suspects. So I just left it like that in his discretion. However, agreeing to what the ANDPP was suggesting to the two of us, that in terms of the legal opinion, I will have to sign the indictment and then sign the delegations.
Yeah, we'll come to that. Now, the issue of serious security concerns, your answer is as you gave to Madam Chair, as to how you understood it.
That's how I understood it, that if there was going to be a prosecution of prosecutors in my office, otherwise I would have come across as interfering if probing further the issue of those prosecutors, who are they, where in KZN, because historically there is the sitting of the DPP office is in Pietermaritzburg, but because of history, there is another office in Durban. So I could not even ask him whether those prosecutors are in the office in Durban or in the DPP office in Pietermaritzburg. But the office in Durban, it used in the olden days to be the office headed by the deputy DPP, a senior counsel. But in the modern days, people are referring to it as a DPP office as well, even the Durban office.
Okay, proceed to read into the record the next paragraph, the last paragraph on that page.
Advocate Jiba told the two of us that she had procured a legal opinion from Advocate Gerald Nell in the legal affairs section, stating that I can sign the delegation for the prosecutors who will be prosecuting in the matter. She further told us that the indictment would, in terms of this legal opinion, be signed by me. I told Advocate Jiba and Advocate Chauke that I was going to sign the indictment only if it was accompanied by the prosecutor's memo or the report detailing evidence implicating each accused as individuals and the evidence implicating all the accused as a collective. This meeting ended.
this meeting, you're referring to the meeting that you referred to earlier in the previous paragraph of the 29 May 2012.
That is correct. That is correct. If I recall correctly, I think we were standing at the time. The two of us were standing, Chauga and myself. Only the NDPP was seated. I'm trying to show how short the meeting was. And then we returned to the DPP's meeting.
Now, the understanding between yourself, Advocate Chauke and Advocate Jiba was that you will be the one who will sign the indictment.
Yes.
An indictment which would be accompanied by a prosecution memo. Or what type of memo or report?
Okay.
You say here prosecutor's memo or report.
Okay. Under normal circumstances, if the indictment in KZN, then I do not know now. In the event the indictment has to be drafted and signed, there used to be a DPP file with the DPP file number. After the indictment had been drafted, or in that file, there will be a prosecutor's memo or the report. Sometimes prosecutors will disagree. Some will say no case, some will say there is a case. The memo will also include, if that happened in the case, that in this case, this is what is happening, these are the case numbers, these are the police stations, and then these are the charges, these are the suspects. Sometimes if there was a disagreement, it will be recorded in the memo that Advocate X was not of the opinion that charges 1, 2, 3 must be added. However, having considered case law, I decided to add counts 1, 2, 3. On the basis of that, we are able to submit the indictment to the registrar's office with the DPP's number in order for the registrar's office to open up what we call a judge's file. It will be that file with the indictment that will be kept by the registrar's office until the date is allocated to the matter. So that is the memo I was talking about. So in other words, it was difficult because there was not even a DPP's file, a physical file as at the time, because it was not, during those times we were using, it was the hard copies.
You had said in your evidence in chief in the Mokgoro inquiry that that was the time when you had a faint idea as to what the case is all about. Not so?
Yes, yes, yes.
Now, here you say report detailing evidence implicating each accused.
Yes.
As individuals.
Yes.
And the evidence implicating all the accused.
Yes.
As a collective.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Under
the accused,
okay.
Each accused.
Okay. Under normal circumstances, the practice in the DPP KZN, in the event the drafter of the indictment or the charge sheet were to allege a common purpose, obviously one will set out the evidence that implicates each accused in the matter and the evidence that implicates the accused as a collective, in an eloquent effort for one to demonstrate or to justify how common purpose plays itself out in that specific case. That's what I was trying to write home about.
Does it suggest this collective and each accused, all the accused, these phrases that you use here, do they suggest that at that stage you knew it was Katomana, the Katomana saga?
No. With all the matters where there is an allegation, where you have got multiple accused, this is the approach I will adopt.
I see.
Even at the time when I was the DPP in KZN, when the prosecutor is sitting down with me doing a presentation of the evidence that is contained in the docket, those are the questions I will pose, so that when we go to the National Director in Pretoria to request the authorization or the certificate, the racketeering certificate, in the event there are questions that the National Director is throwing at me. As the head of the division, I'm able to account how evidence implicates each accused, how evidence implicates all the accused. It happened in quite a number of big, high-profile cases that I happened to handle in KZN, not only this one.
Go to the next page.
Sorry, I have a follow-up. Advocate Mohlamonyani's specific question was, when you made this statement about each accused individual and all the accused, were you at that time aware that it is about the Katomena? What is your answer on that specific question?
Let me say, I knew that it was about the Katomena case based on the earlier email that has been transmitted to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Baloimere.
Sorry, Council. In relation to that paragraph 132 of Advocate Chauke's statement, 6-36, Advocate Chauke's statement,
I'm with you, Madam Chair.
where he says it appears that he insinuated that he had had nothing of the matter. Now, do you know of General Mabula?
Madam Chair, General Mabula or Mabuna.
Yes, Mabula.
If one traverses the transcript of the record, I think in the Mohoro or the...
Yes, let me remind you, it is one of the generals who had been asked from the head office, I think it must have been at the instance of General Dramat, after seeing those newspaper articles, that he got delegated or requested to go to KZN. Did you meet General Mabula around that time, immediately after those publications in 2012?
Okay, firstly, he dropped me a call on a Saturday, Captain Mabula. I was in class, I indicated I was going to return the call. And then the second time, he said he was going to call me back. He did not call me back. He did not say what the discussion was going to be about. On the day of arrest, I traveled from Pietermaritzburg to Durban to be present when the prosecutors were enrolling the first appearance of the Katomena. If I'm not mistaken, can't remember whether Mr. Chauke was there, but I was present. That's when Mr. Mabula was also introduced to me and the other 2 or 3 gentlemen.
You see, if my recollection of events is correct, according to the statement of and testimony of Advocate Mabula, I beg your pardon, General Mabula, as he was requested to go to KZN at the time, he met you, and during your discussions outside the office, when you had indicated to him that you are fearful, you had a meeting outside at the parking with him. You just listen to me. I see that you are reacting to this. And it is at that time when you made some statements that it will be proper if our prosecutors are appointed from outside KZN, and you recommended or suggested to him that Advocate Jiba should appoint prosecutors from KZN. Do you remember that discussion?
Madam Chair, I'm hearing it for the first time. When it comes to the chain of custody of the dockets, I do not know even who handled the dockets up until it reached the prosecutors. As far as I recall...
No. Let's not... We are not yet at the docket stage. We are talking about the early stages, just before the prosecutors arrived in KZN, apparently even before that time, you had a meeting with General Mabula, and if that is not so, say so. But the impression that I got, unless if I'm wrong, I'm looking at the transcript of his testimony where a suggestion is made that after he was delegated by General Dramat following the newspaper publication, he went to KZN and he met you. That is General Mabula.
Madam Chair, I dispute that.
Yes, and he said that you met outside the parking and you indicated that you were fearful. It is at that time, as I understand his testimony, subject to correction, and maybe Advocate Mohlamonyane will remember, it is that time when you made suggestions to him that Advocate Jiba should consider appointing prosecutors from outside KZN. I'm mentioning this in relation to paragraph 132, because at that time, as early as at that time, after the newspaper publication, it appears that you met with General Mabula.
As I've indicated, only 2 occasions of my engagement with him. One, the call, the second one in court on the day of arrest.
I'll leave it that we'll verify later with Advocate Mohlamonyane, and perhaps Advocate Chauke's team, Advocate Kotobi, will remember, unless I'm mixing up the issues. And by the way, there is also Advocate Jabulani Mlotshwa in your division.
Madam Chair, I know he is now sitting as a judge in Johannesburg. He is Jabulani Mlotshwa. I'm Simphiwe Mlotshwa. They always confuse us.
Yes, but was Advocate Jabulani Mlotshwa at any stage? Did he act as NDPP KZN?
That is the confusion our learned colleagues in the media always make. He has never acted.
No, just answer the question.
No.
He was not.
He was not.
It is only you, Advocate Simphiwe Mlotshwa, who was an acting NDPP KZN at some stage.
ADPP.
ADPP.
That is correct.
ADPP, yes. Thank you. I don't know whether you were here, Advocate Mohlamonyane, when General Mabula testified. Were you here?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair, I was here.
Do you remember his testimony?
I think I remember that portion of his testimony. I remember that portion of his testimony.
That?
Beg yours?
That?
If my memory serves me well, he said he met Advocate Mlotshwa at the parking lot and discussed the matter with him. And then Advocate Mlotshwa indicated he was afraid, something like that. And then that Advocate Jiwa should rather get advocates, prosecutors from outside the province.
So does that speaks to paragraph 132 of Advocate Chauke's statement? Because I'm trying to make a connection of that piece of testimony with regard to that part of paragraph 132 of Advocate Chauke's statement.
It speaks to it insofar as Advocate Chauke is alleging that Advocate Mlotshwa got to know or heard about the matter in May 2012.
And when did Advocate Mabula go and meet Advocate Mlotshwa, according to your understanding?
I can't remember. I can't remember the date.
But if you remember the testimony of Advocate, I beg your pardon, General Mabula, he went to KZN after he was delegated, following the publications in the newspapers.
I remember that.
And he met Advocate Mlotshwa outside the offices.
Yes, I remember that. He said that in his evidence in chief, but I can't remember when
Yes.
he said he met him.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, I'd like to just find out when you were, well, I assume you consulted with Advocate Mlotshwa in preparation for his testimony here. Did you make him aware of the allegations made by General Mabula so that he can address them, or you didn't?
I didn't because it escaped me. It escaped me, I must be honest.
We have a transcript. It will probably be just a question of looking at dates, and maybe when we adjourn, you can look at that. But I remember vividly that General Mabula went to KZN immediately after the publications and met with Advocate Mlotshwa. According to him, that's what he said under oath here.
Madam Chair, we can cut through this. The whole allegation is contained in the statement by General Mabula, which is from paragraph 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, right up to 64. They met at the beginning of March 2012. After they met with the minister on the 2nd of March 2012, and immediately thereafter he met Advocate Mlotshwa. In fact, he first called him and they had a full discussion on the telephone, and thereafter they met in the parking lot. So it's certainly way before May 2012.
Yes, that's exactly what we have before us in our notes and in the transcript. But because we didn't even look at that, Council, maybe we can just indicate to you that that is the position, and as Council is helping us, it is in relation to that paragraph 122, the insinuation. And it is not only as regards even the explanation in paragraph 133, but we have that evidence under oath by General Mabula relating to your meeting with him before May, even before this team of advocates were even appointed by NDPP Advocate Jiba. Because according to General Mabula, you did mention to him that you would suggest that advocates outside of KZN should be appointed. Let me just quickly read to you what Advocate General Mabula says in the transcript. Late in the afternoon, but after hours, Advocate Mlotshwa and I, accompanied by team members, met at the venue. During that meeting, I briefed Advocate Mlotshwa on the nature of the investigations, including the allegations arising from the Sunday Times expose and subsequent developments following the ministerial briefing. Advocate Mlotshwa informed me that in his assessment, prosecutors within KwaZulu-Natal would be reluctant to become involved in a matter of this nature. He explicitly stated that members of Katomena Organized Crime Unit were dangerous, and that this created a real concern for prosecutors who were working within the province. In light of these concerns, he advised that he, referring to you, He advised that prosecutorial support should be sourced from outside KwaZulu-Natal and indicated that the matter ought to be escalated to the acting National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Nomtobo Jiba. He, Advocate Mlotshwa, undertook to make contact with Advocate Jiba on my behalf and revert to me. Later that same day, Advocate Mlotshwa confirmed that he had spoken to Advocate Jiba and that she was available to meet. Arrangements were thereafter made for a meeting at the NPA National Office in Pretoria. He went on to explain. But clearly, this was before May. And yet you seem to suggest that you only became aware of the details by end of May.
Madam Chair, only 2 occasions as far as I recall. One occasion when he called me on a Saturday, I recorded his number down. I undertook to call him. He said he was going to call me back. The ministerial briefing, I do not know anything about it. I'm hearing it first time today. The reason why the prosecutors from outside were sourced, as far as I recall, my supervisor at the time, Advocate Jiba, called me in January. Most prosecutors were on leave at the time. Upon her insistence that the matter was urgent, I indicated that I don't think I'll have prosecutors at the moment because most prosecutors are on leave.
Yes, Counsel. So did you meet General Mabula outside your offices in the parking lot at any given time before May 2012?
Madam Chair, the only incident, let me say no, except on the day of arrest. On the day of arrest, I can't remember whether I met him at the grills or in the lifts going up because they were appearing in one of the regional courts before regional court Sharon Marks. That was the time when I met, I became aware that he is an investigator in the matter.
Did you know Advocate General Mabula before this incident?
Not at all, until the call on a Saturday afternoon.
Is there any reason to suspect that he might have made a mistake in his testimony in relation to these days and where you met?
Madam,
Because he testified that you suggested that you meet outside in the parking lot and because you were fearful.
Madam Chair, as I've indicated, all these aspects that have been mentioned, I'm hearing them for the first time. The ministerial briefing, the first time I became aware of the matter was when I received a call that there is a matter, we've got a pressure, we have to enroll the matter.
When you received a call
From the ANDPP, that is correct. That is correct. That is correct.
I beg your pardon. When you received a call from Advocate
Yes. But in as far as the dockets are concerned, I don't know any. What I'm trying
we are
to say
not talking
is,
about dockets. We're just trying to ascertain
we have that fear.
whether before May you were already aware of these incidents.
Madam Chair, maybe I'll have to quickly go through the transcript to see which office he is referring to. As I indicated, that KZN is divided into 2. There is Pietermaritzburg, there is a Durban office. The team, I had to travel from Pietermaritzburg to meet them at one of the Durban South Beach hotels. The ministerial briefing, I don't recall that briefing, attending that briefing. I don't know where it was held, whether it was in KZN or in Pretoria. I'm hearing that for the first time.
Well, what is very clear from the transcript is that this Advocate Mlotshwa was referring to you because on the transcript of 31st March, day 47, my sister Mira Makhaha asked the general certain questions. And she said, I'm a bit slow. There are times when I'm a bit slow in my thinking. Advocate Mlotshwa is the head of the NPA, KZN at the time, is it not? General Mabula? Yes, Chair. My sister Mira Makhaha, and he does not want you to meet him at his head office? Major General Mabula, exactly, Chair. Mira Makhaha, he wants to be somewhere in a parking lot, okay? Then I think understood well. And then council proceeded. So it was referring to you, Advocate Mlotshwa, not the other Advocate Mlotshwa.
Yes.
Because it was verified in the record by my sister panel member.
Maybe as a follow-up, I'm stepping off the General Mabula issue, and I'm going back to Advocate Chauke's statement that you were referred to. If you can find it.
Yes, I have it with me.
You were referred to page 6-36.
Yes.
And to a paragraph where you indicated that you will only, because there are sensitive security issues, you will deal with this matter in the meeting of the 29th of May. And that was the only paragraph that you were referred to. And remember, in that page, the opening paragraph was Advocate Chauke saying, there appears to that you are insinuating that you only had that you have heard nothing about the matter before May. Now, I want us to look at the next page, 6-37.
Yes.
And from paragraph 135. I'm not sure if Advocate Mohlamonyane would like to deal with those paragraphs from 135, 136 to 138. Because it answers the questions that have been asked, whether you only heard about this matter in May. I think from paragraph 135. Advocate Mohlamonyane, would you like to deal with this from paragraph 135? If not, I can deal with it with the witness.
I will deal with it with the witness, but I had already indicated, and the witness has already indicated, that he accepts that he had knowledge as in March 2012. But I can deal with that, madam.
I beg your pardon. Did the witness say that?
He says
that he had knowledge. Let me verify. I don't know what you mean, Advocate Mohlamonyane, because the reason why we have gone into this exercise was to clarify that which you referred to in paragraph 132 of the Advocate Chauke's statement. And you only caused the witness to read one paragraph there. And then I went about to take him to the statement of Advocate General Mabula. And my sister is now referring you to part of that statement at 133. Is that correct? 135. 135. So, meaning you have to read the explanation of Advocate Chauke more holistically. I suppose that's where my sister is taking you to. If you look at from 133, 134, 135, is that of Advocate Chauke's statement?
I can do that, Madam Chair. I'm alerted to the fact that it may be an opportune moment to take a break.
No. Before we
TLSS.
take a break, let my sister deal with this aspect because you left it hanging. And you have to wrap it so that the witness can answer. Advocate Mohlamonyane. Maybe my sister must just read it into the record and then ask the witness the question. Thank you.
Maybe before I read it, it might not be necessary. Advocate Mlotshwa,
Yes.
do you accept that you were aware that the arrangements that were being made to bring outside prosecutors to your jurisdiction was to deal with the Katomena issue as early as March 2012?
I accept that.
You accept it?
Yes.
So if you accept that, then there is no need for us to go into this exercise, because if one were to go to page 6-38, you confirm that you are aware in an email to Advocate Nuku. Advocate Chauke's affidavit, page
Yes.
6-38, you say, and I'll read it into the record.
The
Dear-
lengthy email. Yes, I see.
Yes, the email.
Yes.
Dear Advocate Nuku, briefly, in the middle of January 2012 en route to Port Shepstone, I received a call from the Acting National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Nomgcobo Jiba. She apprised me that the main reason for her call was that there was an urgent matter wherein we had to fast-track the execution of arrest. I informed her that at the time, as it was early January, with most prosecutors still on leave, I did not have prosecutors to read the docket and make a decision. She then terminated the call. Later in the afternoon, on the same day, she called me again with a view to inform me that she made a decision to rope in prosecutors from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Gauteng South. She informed me further that she had told Advocate Chauke to call me as to assist where I could. Indeed, a few days later, Advocate Chauke called me and informed me that prosecutors, namely Advocate Matenjwa, Advocate Jan Mlotshwa, and the other two female advocates from his office were staying in one of the hotels situated along South Beach in Durban,
My reply
working on the
is
matter.
for
He
me
indicated
to know
that Advocate Maema was going
about
to
the
join
matter
them
under normal
at a later
circumstances as
stage.
prosecutors.
Few weeks later,
We sit
arrests
around
were
the table, we
executed
discuss the
upon
details of the matter, the
accused.
possible
I
charges.
stepped down
We argue,
when the accused
we
was
eventually
still
agree on what
appearing
charges
in
to
the
prepare. If there are
lower court
memorandums,
in
we
Durban.
read the memorandums, we interrogate the
So in your
memorandums,
own
and so on and so forth.
words,
So
you-
what I'm trying to say here, when it
you
comes
admit
to
that
the
as early
details
as
of the
January
matter,
2012 you were called,
up
and
until
you
I was
had a
recalled, there is no
conversation.
point
If you
where
look at paragraph
I became
135,
aware of it.
I mean, yes, 135 on the 30th
I was
of
aware
March,
of the team that was in
you had a
KZN. I was aware
conversation
of
with
the
Advocate
visit.
Chauke.
I was aware
So
that
I think that puts to rest the fact that you say you were only became aware of the issue around May. Can we agree on that?
it's difficult to agree because with Mr. Chauke, the only telephonic conversation we had, it will be shortly before the meeting. I think I drafted this email in while in court. There are so many mistakes. And then at no point Mr. Chauke told me that Maema was going to join the team at a later stage. I had gotten that information from Ray Matenjwa during my courtesy visit. I think I made so many mistakes in this email. It did not come from Advocate Chauke. And then the third mistake I think I made here After that call from ANDPP, I did not receive any other call from the NDPP until our meeting.
Is Ray Matenjwa, Advocate Matenjwa that you're speaking about?
That's the gentleman I'm talking about.
If you can
During the
refer-
KZN.
If you can refer to him as Advocate Matenjwa, because I did not even know his name, Advocate Matenjwa.
My apologies. My apologies.
But Advocate Mlotshwa, the 13th of March 2012 is in your affidavit before this commission at CSM 009. So you are confirming what Advocate Chauke says at 6-37, paragraph 135.
Yes.
That you spoke about this.
Yes, I confirm that.
So we can agree that as at the 13th of March 2012, you were, it may not have been in great details, but you were informed that there is this type of matter that needs urgent attention.
I
Okay.
accept that.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you. My sister, before we adjourn for tea, my sister Mira Makhacha will ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. In actual fact, it's just a comment that I would like to make. Advocate Mohlamonyane and the entire team has the responsibility to make sure that all information that may be concerning Advocate Mlotshwa is brought to his attention for proper consultation. In the beginning, we spoke about Advocate Batuhi, and the indication was that he has never seen the statement, he knows nothing about it. Now we are confronted with another thing about what happened in the hearings. So I would not look at you alone as the evidence leader, but I'll look at you as the chief evidence leader, and I'll look at the entire team as the teammates that ought to assist in getting full information and making sure that effective and efficient evidence leading is done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Mohlamonyane. We propose to take a tea break. Let me find out from my sisters for how long. We will adjourn until 12 o'clock and we'll proceed, Advocate Mohlamonyane and all counsel for tea. Advocate Mlotshwa, you are still under oath. We adjourn.
Nel, in the legal affairs section, stating that I can sign the delegation for the prosecutors who will be prosecuting in the matter. She further told us that the indictment would, in terms of this legal opinion, be signed by me. I told Advocate Jiba and Advocate Chauga that I was going to sign the indictment only if it was accompanied by the prosecutor's memo or the report detailing evidence. And then the second time, he said he was going to call me back. He did not call me back. He did not say what the discussion was going to be about. On the day of arrest, I traveled from Pietermaritzburg to Durban to be present when the prosecutors were enrolling the first appearance of the cattleman. If I'm not mistaken, can't remember whether Mr. Chaugue was there, but I was present. That's when Mr. Mabula was also introduced to me and the other 2 or 3 gentlemen.
You see, if my recollection of events is correct, according to the statement of and testimony of Advocate Mabula, I beg your pardon, General Mabula, as he was
I recall one occasion when he called me on a Saturday. I recorded his number down. I undertook to call him. He said he was going to agree because with Mr. Chauge, the only telephonic conversation we had, it will be shortly before the meeting. I think I drafted this email while in court. There are so many mistakes. Nel in the legal affairs section, stating that I can sign the delegation for the prosecutors who will be prosecuting in the matter. She further told us that the indictment would, in terms of this legal opinion, be signed by me. I told Advocate Jiba and Advocate Chauga that I was going to sign the indictment only if it was accompanied by the prosecutor's memo or the report detailing evidence implicating each accused as individuals and the evidence implicating all the accused as
Good day, Advocate Mlotshwa. You remain under oath.
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
Yes, you may proceed, Advocate Mohlamonyane. Remember, we have a day to finish with this witness. If you can move reasonably.
Against 99.9% of germs from your skin.
Good day, Advocate Mlotshwa.
Sometimes we feel
You remain under oath.
skin.
Good day.
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
Yes, you may proceed, Advocate Mohlamonyane. Remember, we have a day to finish with this witness. If you can move reasonably fast, you proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try my level best to move as fast as I can. May I point
The
out...
reason why we delayed Advocate Mohlamonyane this morning is to try to assist and put certain versions to the witness, in all fairness to Advocate Mlotshwa, so that he can answer some of the allegations that were placed before us by other witnesses, something that you did not do. But bear the time in mind that you said you will be here for 1 hour or so time is not on our side. If you can try to move fast.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Thank you. But during recess, tea recess, Advocate Mlotshwa gone through the transcript of General Mabula's testimony regarding the alleged meeting. Now, Advocate Mlotshwa would like to deal with that aspect. And in this regard, I refer the panel and Advocate Mlotshwa to the transcript where General Mabula was testifying on this aspect, which can be found from page 123 of day 47. From around line 20. I think you have the transcript in front of you, Advocate Mlotshwa.
Yes, I do.
Proceed, Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this page, it reads as follows, and I start where Advocate Gugaigobi was leading the witness. Just before line 20, he says, then you deal thereafter with the involvement of the NPA. And General Mabula says, okay. Now, I don't necessarily have to...
Are you at page 147 of the transcript?
Page 123.
123.
Yeah, day 47.
Day 47. Yes, thank you.
You don't necessarily have to read this because this is an extract from his statement, which has already been read into the record. Now, Advocate Nkabinde SC continues, and I believe it must be on the next page. He says, so just explain this to me because it is also another unique aspect of this case. You know, we know that IPIT is being frustrated because of the evidence we have heard. We know that you...
Take us to the pages, Advocate Mohlamonyane, and the relevant lines. It's page 124 of the transcript.
Page 124. I will repeat. He says, you know, we know that IPIT is being frustrated because of the evidence we have heard. We know that you yourselves are being tracked by Katomana. What we did not know until now is that even the NPA officials were doing things in a very odd way. So can you explain this idea that do not come to my office, I will see you in a parking lot, from Advocate Mlotshwa? Major General Mabula responded, well, look, I did not understand why, because for me, I was a little taken aback because it is a high office where official matters need to be discussed into that. And the next page, it says, but when you take them out of that high office and to the street, so for me, that time I did not understand why by that time before I met him. Advocate Nkabinde SC, I see, but you said, okay, if you want to meet in a parking lot, so be it. Major General Mabula, yes, because I was desperate, because I realized there was no, actually, when we interacted with IPIT, I could see that there was a lack in terms of prosecution's involvement into the matter. Advocate Nkabinde SC, thank you. Major General Mabula, yes.
That part was read into the record earlier. You can just put a direct question to the witness. The bottom part of that, where Advocate Mera Makhaha interposed and then asked some questions. Maybe just pose a question to the witness, Counsel.
Now, it was also read into the record as to what he said, what General Mabula said in his statement, not so?
That is correct.
Do you have any comment about the meeting, whether you met, and if you did, when was it? If you did not, say so.
The comment I can make is I still stick with the statement that I made earlier on. Even though I've got a difficulty of recalling by virtue of the fact that each trip I was making, I used to have a logbook. So I did not see at my logbook of my movement. The only one that is attached here is for January when I received a call from Mr. Chiba. I only saw this version today. However, at the time when Mr. Mabula or General Mabula is making a suggestion that he met me, the security had been withdrawn from me because I had bodyguards from 2010, a month or two after my appointment, and the bodyguards were withdrawn early in 2012. So I was extra careful. I was not making any movements at that time. So I find it difficult to recall that I would have met him after hours because I did not have security and I did not have the bodyguards, as well as the security that used to be at my house had also been removed. So I think he's making a mistake.
When he called you, you were in Pietermaritzburg.
As I indicated earlier on, the DPP office, the seat of the DPP is in Pietermaritzburg, but the mistake most people make, referring to the Durban office as well as the DPP office. So my office is in Pietermaritzburg, hence in the email, I sent to Mr. Chauga, I said I will be in Pietermaritzburg, but there will be a need for me to go to Durban only to see the team that had landed in KZN.
So if you would have met General Mabula, you would have had to travel from Pietermaritzburg to Durban.
I would have traveled. I would have had to travel to Pietermaritzburg, but the difficult after hours.
Are you as DPPs provided with security? Or at the time, were you provided with security?
As soon as I was appointed in May, a month or two, it was discovered that my life was at risk, and then I was assigned 2 bodyguards as well as 4 security guards at my house, 2 during the day, 2 during the night. That arrangement was in place until beginning of 2012, when the security was withdrawn.
Was there any particular reason why it was withdrawn that you can proffer?
Madam Chair, as I said, I had a number of challenges other than this case in the division at the time when I was in charge. There were so many high-profile cases that were on the court roll other than this matter.
Which ones in particular that you can remember?
It will be number of cases. Amigos cases was one of them as a high-profile matter, and I think there were 3 or 4. The Toshampande matter, I will view it as a high-profile as well, because it was in the media. The complainant, who was a journalist, the allegations against Mr. Sheikh, it was at my desk. It was one of the matters. I can't remember the other matters, but I think 4 or 5 high-profile matters were at my desk, and there was that suggestion that I be given security until 2012, commencement of the year. Beginning of 2012.
That will be all, Madam Chair, with the response that you wanted to give. If Madam Chair, perhaps, and your sisters have questions on that, on what he has said, you may.
Chair, I have a follow-up. I have a follow-up question because Advocate Mlotshwa says he will not remember whether it was in Pietermaritzburg or in Durban. But if you look at the text just before where you started reading on page 124 of 176, if you look at line 9, it says he requested that we meet later that day in a parking area outside SAP's provincial headquarters in Durban. So it is clear that the meeting was in Durban, and it is clear that it was not at night. If someone says we meet later that day, so the call was not at night, maybe you might want to respond to that, starting from line 9 of Major General Mabula's testimony.
During the tea break, I was shown both the affidavit and the transcript. Maybe I'm making a mistake with his affidavit where it specifies it was after hours, which is what was concerning me, that with those arrangements, especially with the issue of the security threat, it would not have happened.
Okay, sorry, but maybe I may have misread. He said later in the day in a parking. He requested you. It is alleged that you requested that you meet later that day in a parking area outside SAP's provincial headquarters in Durban. But if you go to the next page at 126, then it talks about the meeting that happened after hours. So the call may not have come after hours, but it's clear that Major General Mabula says late in the afternoon, but after hours. Advocate Mlotshwa and I, accompanied by team members, met at the venue. So you made those arrangements during the day, but you met late. He alleges because you still maintain that there was no meeting.
I accept the call, though, that I received the call. It was a Saturday afternoon when I was in class.
Okay. Well, it doesn't say what day it is, so one can accept that. But I wanted to correct my mistake because I thought if you arrange for a meeting later that day, it means the call came during the day. It cannot be after hours. But on the next page, it says, Major General Mabula says, you met late in the afternoon, but after hours.
Yes.
So you still maintain that you did not meet him?
Because of a security threat, that would have meant I traveled plus or minus 100 kilometers from Pietermaritzburg, where my homestead is, to Durban. And after hours, it would have been more riskier for me in the light of the fact that I did not have the bodyguards at the time and the security at my house.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed, Madam Chair?
Proceed, Councillor.
And at the time when General Mabula called you, had the prosecution team been put together? Remember when you met them? Remember you went to meet them somewhere at Durban South Beach?
So that will be another struggle I will have to recall. Because as I indicated in my evidence, whereas I went to see the team, there was no discussion of the case as to who is the investigating officer or who the detectives were at the time. And then while I was in class, I received a call. The only thing I remember him saying to me was, I'm Mr. Mabula here. There is a matter that I have to discuss with you. To which call I indicated to him that, look, at the moment I'm in class. Do you mind calling me? Because I had started at 9 o'clock. I was going to finish my classes at 4 o'clock on that day. And then I indicated to him, if he did not mind, to call me after 4 o'clock. That he did not return my call. And then the arrest, I think it was broken down. The first arrest, I was there. That's when I saw him in Durban now, having traveled to Pietermaritzburg, to Durban, and then they were introduced to me, the detectives.
Okay, fine. Advocate Mlotshwa, let's get it clear. The call from General Mabula and you meeting the prosecutors, what came first?
No, I won't be able to recall what came first. If I can get the documents, my logbook, because all my traveling, private and official, I used to have a logbook so as to claim for my official kilometers.
Thank you. I'm leaving the suspect, Madam Chair. And I want to
Before you
proceed.
leave it, can I ask one last question? When you traveled to Durban to meet the team, what was the status about your bodyguards? Did you have bodyguards or?
That is, at that time, I think the bodyguard had been withdrawn. It was in the morning, around about 8 or 10 o'clock. I started at my office in Pietermaritzburg, drove to the office in Durban. I think I spent 5 to 10 minutes with them, greeted them, and then they had a number of dockets on the floor. And then they indicated to me that they had just started reading the dockets. And then I indicated to them, happy hunt, I'm going back to Pietermaritzburg.
Thank you.
It will make sense that General Mabula's visit was occasioned by the Sunday Times publication and the request by General Dramant sometime in March.
I will accept that.
And at that time, so the general said, an indication from you was that prosecutors from KZN would not be able to handle the matter, and a request should be made to Advocate Jiba that outside counsel be appointed. It then follows that prosecutorial team had not been appointed at that time. If that statement, if you follow its logic, it follows that prosecution team of Advocate Maema would at that time not have been appointed as yet, if General Mabula is correct.
I'm a bit confused here,
Yes,
Madam
what I'm
Chair.
saying to you, Counsel, is that following the publication in December 2012, in the Sunday Times, General Mabula gets requested by General Dramat to go to KZN and investigate. An arrangement is made to meet with you according to him, and you met before May. As at that time, the prosecution team could not have been appointed because at that meeting, according to General Mabula, a request or an indication was made by you that KZN prosecutors cannot be involved in those matters, in that matter.
I accept that.
Do you accept that?
I accept that.
It is reasonable then to assume that this team was only appointed after the visit by General Mabula, if his statement is correct.
That is correct.
Because that team then came to KZN after being coordinated by Advocate Chauke at the instance of Advocate Jiba.
Yes.
I suppose that's when you met the team
Yes.
and
Yes.
visited KZN.
Yes.
That seems to make a logical sense when you look at the sequence of events. You might have forgotten, but when you put all the statements together, Advocate Maema's statement, General Mabula, and all other statements, you see that the flow of events in that sequence. You understand what I'm saying, trying to say, Counsel?
I do get the point, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so it could not be that you met the prosecutorial team before your meeting with General Mabula, if his version is correct. And I'm putting it at that. If
Yes,
his
yes.
version is correct.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I leap over to the next aspect, my colleagues draw my attention back to the transcript, General Mabula's testimony, transcript 31, dated the 31 March 2026, and it's day 47, page 126.
Yes.
Are you referring to that extract that I read into the record earlier?
No, I am.
Page 126 of 176, is that the one?
Yes, that is the one.
That part was read into the record.
Yes, Madam Chair. I need to have a question that I must put to and find out what his response is, Advocate Mlotshwa's response is.
You can take the witness to that passage, Advocate Mlotshwa. You remember what I read into the record earlier?
Absolutely,
In
Madam Chair.
relation to what General Mabula said
I accept.
when he testified here. And I read that entire passage, that entire extract. into
I
the
accept
record.
that, Madam Chair.
Counsel would like to ask you a specific question on that.
On what, Madam Chair, on what Advocate Nkabinde SC put to General Mabula on that page?
Which page?
126 of 176.
There is nothing about Advocate Kwaitobi there. You look at the top of that page.
Day 47, 31 March
The
2026.
question is at 125, and then what happened there? And then 126 is that extract. Do you have the transcription in front of you?
I do, Madam
Look
Chair.
at that passage. Council is going to ask you a question about that.
We are going past the passage, Madam Chair, but on what Advocate Kwaitobi had put to.
Well, I thought you were referring us to page 126.
I'm having in front of me here page 126 of 176. And the same transcript that says day 47. Should I read it into the record, Madam Chair?
I don't know what you're referring to. The page 126, Council. The top is 31st March 2026, day 47. Major General Mabula quotation starts late in the afternoon.
I think I made a mistake. I'm corrected that it must be page 127.
I am on page 127.
Yes, 127.
In the middle of the page, there are just 3 lines above line 10. Are you there?
Yes, if you could just stop there. I mean, again, we are now learning for the first time that actually one of the reasons for the involvement of external prosecutors was because the head of the NPA in KwaZulu-Natal was himself too scared of the Katomena unit. Is that correct?
What is your comment on that?
If the dockets were brought to my desk, I would have prosecuted in line with the oath of office to prosecute without fear, favor, and prejudice.
Were you scared of the Katomana as it is proposed here?
No.
Katomana unit?
No.
Thank you. May I confirm, Madam Chair, with Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence. Let me refer you back to the transcript on page 127 of 176.
Yes, I'm with you.
Just 3 lines above line 20, where Advocate Nkabinde SC starts and say, yes. Now I want to link then this issue to why there were no prosecutions emanating from this case, because these dockets on the evidence we have had were in fact sent to the NPA and it declined to prosecute all of them, the NPA in KwaZulu-Natal. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
Were dockets sent to your office?
Madam Chair, as I indicated,
Katomana dockets.
the long story short is no. But I wouldn't know if they were sent to the Durban office. As I indicated, there are 2 offices there are 2 offices in KZN. It will make the job a little bit easier if perhaps we get the names of the prosecutors, because I will be easy to try to remember where will those prosecutors be stationed, either in my office in Pietermaritzburg or Durban. And the procedure again, when the docket is sent to the DPP, you find that the senior advocate or the junior advocate reports to the deputy. So which means if the senior or the junior advocate declines to prosecute, that decision will have to be vetoed or endorsed by the deputy. So that is how we are going to track down those prosecutors who have declined to prosecute, the senior and the deputy.
go to page 128.
Yes, I'm with you.
In the middle of the page, there are just about 4 lines, 5 lines about thereabout, where Advocate Nkabinde SC says, now the reason why this is crucial is because the impression so far we have seen from the documents prepared by Advocate Mlotshwa is that he is approached by Advocate Jiba with no context that the head office involvement emanates from his office. So he has created the impression that he just got this call, which he did not know where it was coming from. And then he was told that we would be bringing advocates from outside. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Your comment?
In January, while most prosecutors were on leave, I did receive a call from my supervisor, my line manager.
I beg yours?
I received a call from my line manager, my supervisor at the time,
About?
to the effect that we have to fast track the processing of the matter.
And your response was that as we had,
Which matter?
Madam Chair, at the time, the details were not given, except that it was urgent. The matter was urgent.
But then when you say line manager, you are talking about Advocate Jiba. Say so, or say the language that we have become used to in this hearing. It's the NDPP, the DPP, and what line manager is a new concept, and we would not really want to start learning new concepts towards the end, unless there is a position that is described as a...
For convenience sake, I apologize. I will. It's because the two of us were sharing the same line manager. I thought it was going to be easy to understand, but I follow that.
Yes,
I
we
will
do
comply.
understand here
Yes.
that there is only one NDPP.
Yes.
So all the directors are under the NDPP.
My apologies.
Right, thank
Yes.
you.
Proceed, Ramotlabayana.
were you the one who was supposed to give prosecutors, or was Advocate Jiba offering to bring prosecutors from outside?
After I'd indicated that most prosecutors were on leave, mind you, at the time I did not know the details of the matter, then the prosecutors were arranged to assist because the matter was urgent.
Arranged by?
I got an email to the effect that the guys would be in KZN in respect of the Cattleman. I went to see the guys, and the guys indeed were there with a number of dockets, 20 to 50 scattered on the floor. I greeted them, we exchanged pleasantries, and we did not discuss the details of the matter. We discussed generally Mlotshwa, I knew Mlotshwa, I knew Advocate Mlotshwa, I knew Advocate Matenjwa. The other two ladies, they were introduced to me by Matenjwa, Fuchane, who was once at Matateni. The other lady, I can't remember whether he said Molefe or Moloko, and then he said the other gentleman will join you later, which was Mayema. And again, if Mayema was there, I knew him. There would be no need to introduce him to me, just like Mlotshwa and Matenjwa. It's the only two ladies that I did not know.
Thank you, Advocate Mlotshwa. Let's proceed.
Mlotshwa, would you kindly just refer to names? You speak about guys. I don't know which guys you are talking about. Are you talking about members of the prosecutorial team, which included advocates? Which guys are you referring to?
My apologies, Madam Chair. I was trying to be in line with the emails that we were exchanging. If one looks at the email that Mr. Chauga sent to me, he was talking about the guys. My apologies that that's the language we were using. But in these proceedings, I'm talking about the prosecutors.
Yes, you are under oath, by the way, as an advocate. So
As
do
court
speak
pleases.
an appropriate language so that we can understand whom you are referring to.
As court pleases. My apologies, Madam Chair.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, I may have been slow. Your question was Was Advocate Mlotshwa supposed to arrange the prosecutors, or they were arranged by someone else? And I heard the explanation, but I didn't get the answer to your question.
May you repeat the answer,
No.
Advocate
We're not
Mlotshwa?
supposed to arrange the prosecutors.
No.
Do you know who arranged the prosecutors?
As far as to date, I know that it would have been an instruction from the ANDPP to Mr. Chauke to put the team together.
Thank you.
But at the
I'm sorry to have cut you out.
yes, no, thank you.
You wanted to
But-
finish?
But you wanted to finish and say, but at the time you did not know, or what did you want to say?
During our conversation, my indication to her would have been, I will be able to arrange the prosecutors if I get the dockets, read them, and then make a call and take it from there. In the absence of the dockets, I couldn't.
Remember that you said your prosecutors were on leave,
Yes,
so there was a shortage of manpower.
yes,
As a result, you would not be able to assist Advocate Jiba at the time.
that is correct.
Now, this issue of saying that if you had been furnished with the dockets, probably from Advocate Jiba or whomsoever, then you would have gone through the dockets and allocated to the respective prosecutors.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand the two statements.
That is,
Yes, I'm trying to understand that because evidence before this panel is that there was a time when there was that outcry about the Katomina, and you were immediately contacted by Advocate Jiba, who was acting National DPP, and in your engagements you made it clear that, but then you don't have the capacity, but nevertheless you said that, well understanding that this matter was urgent, whatever it was. So I want to try to reconcile that statement of you lacking the capacity at the time of request and you having or being able to read the records and allocate the dockets to the staff, to the prosecutors.
I'm conveying exactly as our conversation telephonically unfolded. Her calling me, it's urgent, we fast track the matter. Me saying to her, no prosecutors are on leave. Otherwise, if one were to enroll the matter, one will have to read the docket. That's how the conversation unfolded at the time.
No, then I understand that clearly in your conversation, the final word was that there is no manpower available. But if it was in the ordinary course of things,
Yes.
this is how I would. Oh, thank you. No, I understand. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarity-seeking question? Advocate Mlotshwa, there is another version that was put before this inquiry other than Major General Mabula's version. And I think it could have been Advocate Maema or Advocate Nuku, one of the two, that the reason why outside prosecutors were brought was because of the close proximity or the close working relationship that the prosecutors based in Durban may have had with the Katomena team, and that is why a decision was taken that outside prosecutors should be brought in. What is your comment on that?
My comment would be, in as far as the issue of proximity is concerned, it's a fact. Katomena, I think that offices in Durban, closer to the deputy DPP offices in Durban. But I do not know, after my recall, the discussions and the meetings that were held where all the issues were, because my engagement was very limited here. I wouldn't know what other considerations were on the desk, because my involvement, you can see, is just the draft, if I can call it, the draft indictment, the exchange of the emails, my recall, then after that, I was out of the picture.
But as the then acting DPP, in hindsight, would any of the prosecutors in KZN have been appropriate to deal with those matters, given the fact that they had that close proximity with the Katomena members?
Madam Chair, as I indicated that there is Pietermaritzburg and Durban office. If I read the docket and formulated the opinion that we had to prosecute in the matter, I would have removed the matter from Durban and taken the matter to Pietermaritzburg, which is plus or minus 100 meters from Durban. But it's true. Most of the cases, because the Durban High Court, the Durban Deputy DPP office dealt with matters that were arising out of Durban, Potchefstroom, Stenger, Tongaat, and Verulam, which is why I confirm the correctness of the version of proximity.
I don't understand your answer. What would have been problematic in getting outside prosecutors to deal with this Katomena matter?
Nothing, Madam Chair. Nothing.
Then you say that you would have then moved the matter to Pietermaritzburg?
Madam Chair,
to be dealt with, I beg your pardon, let me finish, to be dealt with in Pietermaritzburg. Do you understand you correctly?
I thought the question was based on the proximity, that the prosecutors in Durban were in close proximity with the Katomena, which I accept. I thought the question was, if that was the case, would KZN prosecutors still be able to prosecute the case? I thought that was the question.
No. What we have before us is not about the prosecutors in Durban. It's prosecutors in KZN, not necessarily in Durban. That's why I understood the evidence. Hence, the need to appoint prosecutors from outside KZN to deal with the matter. Now, let me rephrase the question again. Would it have been problematic, according to you, given the circumstances of this matter, the Katomena matter, to have prosecutors being appointed from other provinces other than KZN, within KZN?
It had happened before, Madam Chair.
I can't hear you.
It had happened before.
Yes.
The case of the former president, I think Billy Down was from the other jurisdiction.
Your answer is it
Yes.
would not have been problematic. Thank you. Answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Advocate Mlotshwa, we have to move with speed now. I'm taking you back to your statement of the 12th May 2015. We earlier referred to it. It's CSM 14. It starts on page CSM 0034.
I'm with you.
Are you there?
Yes.
Go to the next page, 35, 0035.
Where are you? Are you on the statement of the witness?
Statement of the witness, Madam Chair,
At page?
0035. CSM 0035. Can you quickly read it into the record? Read the paragraph into the record. It is the last paragraph of that statement.
Starting from on 12.
Yes.
On 12 July 2012, Advocate Chauge's personal assistant, Ms. Mamiki Suping, emailed me only the indictment without the prosecutor's memo or report. I thereafter exchanged a number of emails with Advocate Chauge, copying in Advocate Jiba, her personal assistant, and Advocate Togo Machogweni requesting Advocate Chauke to give me the prosecutor's memo or report as per the initial agreement. My acting appointment came to an end on 9 July 2012. I never had anything to do with the matter after the 9th of July 2012.
Thank you. I should now refer you to the mail exchanges. These mail exchanges between yourself and Advocate Chauke have already been read into the record
Yes.
a few times, but we have to do it with constant monotony because it pertains to you so that you can respond. Go to page CSM 0040 and 41. Go to 41 first.
Yes.
That's an email dated 12 June 2012 at 1:29 p.m. you received from Mamiki Suping. We all know that Mamiki Suping was a PA to Advocate Chauke.
Yes.
What was it all about? It says subject indictment.
Indictment, the draft indictment, let me put it that way.
You received the draft indictment.
Yes.
Was it signed?
No,
You were requested to sign it.
I had to sign it in terms of the indication from the ANDPP.
ANDPP, you mean Advocate Jiba?
Yes.
Okay, go to the previous page, CSM 0040. You responded at 3:21 p.m. on the same day.
Yes.
Read that into the record as quick
Sorry,
as you
Madam Chair,
can.
I'm trying to follow the evidence. Which email says that the witness is asked to sign the indictment?
Can you just refer to that email, Advocate Mohlamonyane?
The one from Mamiki Suping. Madam Chair,
At page
0041, CSM 0041.
Madam Chair, I'm looking for the where it says sign the indictment. That just doesn't have anything. It's just a subject matter indictment.
Where are you referring to, Council?
I was asking
CSM 0041?
Yes.
Is that email?
from Mamiki Suping, the PA to Advocate Chauke.
Yes.
Now, I asked the witness, as was it all about? And he said, I received a draft indictment. I said, was it signed? He said, no, I was expected to sign it. I never said it appears in the email itself.
No,
He was responding to a question from myself.
No, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. My understanding, we can replay the record, is that Mr. Mohlamonyane says you were asked to sign it. So, and I asked, where does it say you must sign it? He says it's the email from Ms. Suping. The email from Ms. Suping says nothing about that. If he wishes to revise the question, I'm happy with that, but I don't want to be left under the impression that the witness has confirmed that there's an email that he must sign an indictment when there's no such email.
Wish to clarify that question, Advocate Mohlamonyane?
Yeah, maybe let me go back. Go to 441.
Yes, I'm with you.
You received an indictment, you say.
I confirm.
What did you do with it?
What you are asking about receipt of an indictment, is it something that is evident from page 41? Or is it something that is augmenting?
He said it is evidence in his
Yes.
response. I received an indictment,
Yeah.
a draft indictment.
Ah.
Yes. Now I'm rephrasing my question. What did you do with it? With the indictment?
Okay, go ahead.
I beg yours, madam.
No, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. What did you do with it?
I sent an email saying if I can also be furnished with the prosecutor's memo.
On the previous page, the email that you referred to is on the previous page
Yes.
at 3:21
That's
p.m.
correct. That is correct.
You sent it to Advocate Chauke.
Yes.
Paragraph 1 says our telephonic conversation today refers.
Yes.
Does it suggest that you earlier called him after you received the earlier email?
If I recall, even though it happened a long time ago, after receiving the email, the indictment, I called asking the memo that is supposed to be accompanying, and then I dropped the call and decided to send the email to request it in writing.
Who did you call?
I called Mr. Chauke.
On the same page, Advocate Chauke responds on the same day at 5:14 p.m.
Yes.
Read that into the record.
Dear Advocate Mlotshwa, who is the prosecutor that you are referring to? I have forwarded to you the indictment which has all the detailed summary by which you ought to be in a position to open your office file. I also forwarded to you details of the inquest with police case numbers, etc., to which you referred to Advocate Togoma Chogweni for reasons that I do not follow and understand. The indictment, with respect, gives you the whole view of the matter. You are kindly and fervently requested to please discuss any issues, if any, with me. I really do not see any need for me to give you any report other than what I forwarded to you already. Please, if I misunderstand you, make me understand. I do not want to play you or undermine your jurisdictional authority in any way whatsoever. There are serious issues of security in this matter, which, if necessary, you will be briefed about, which are not relevant to you, and I cannot expose such to you at this stage. I've also learned...
Just a minute. Hold it there. Just go back to the first paragraph that you read. Advocate Chauke refers to inquest there.
Yes.
Had he forwarded any inquest to you? You confirm that?
I confirm there must be, that email must be missing with the list of the case numbers that we need to sort out the inquest for.
Now, he says the indictment, with respect, gives you the whole view of the matter. Any comment on that?
Obviously, the indictment will reflect, my comment will be the indictment will reflect the charges, the name of the accused, and the summary of substantial facts, and the names of witnesses and witnesses' names withheld in terms of Section 1443 of the CPA.
And you...
The gist of the question is, expectation is for you to respond, unless I'm wrong, to say, but how do you understand this? How do you unpack this? Where the part of the answer is, the indictment gives you the overview of the case. Are you responding to that question? Is that the question, Advocate Mohlamonyane?
That is the question, Madam Chair.
Is it answered?
Not answered.
And you are going to the next one. Okay, let's get the answer, please.
Let me say no.
it had all the indictment had all the detailed summary, as stated by Advocate Chauke.
I've indicated the answer is no. It will become clearer at a later stage.
Detailed summary.
Yes.
It did not have a detailed summary. Should we understand you to be saying so?
Summary is a summary, Council.
The difficulty I have is
Because, I beg your pardon, the difficulty, just answer, Council.
even that indictment, I don't know whether it went into the bin or it went into, I can't see it here among the documents filed to refresh my memory.
So you can't remember whether it contained detailed summaries or not.
As far as I understand, it would have contained the names of the accused, the charges that were going to be preferred against the accused, the summary of substantial facts as prescribed by the law, the names of the witnesses, and then those names that are withheld for security reasons. Details like the police station, the case numbers, that would have helped me to open up the file in the DPP's office would not have been encapsulated in the same indictment. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, let's proceed. Go to the third paragraph, read it into the record.
I've also learned with utter dismay that you have now issued an instructions to the senior prosecutors that all dockets that are with us must be brought to you. What is not happening here, my brother? Please, if you have any issue again, talk to me or arrange that we see the ANDPP urgently. Another issue of concern to me is the delay.
Just a minute before you proceed. Which dockets were referred to here? Did you understand which dockets were referred to? By Advocate Chauke.
I think there was a misunderstanding between the two of us here. That's how I can put it.
Misunderstanding between?
Between the two of us.
Who and who?
Between myself and Advocate Chauke. I think there was a mistake there. I don't remember requesting the ANDPP to return the dockets to me. At no point did I ever make that request. I think it was a mistake.
Proceed to the next paragraph and read it into the...
Advocate Mohlamonyane, I'm trying to restrain myself, Counsel. You remember we have had long discussions about these emails. Email 1 up to email 5. If you go back to the transcript, you see that discussion. I'm not too sure what you seek to ascertain from the witness, what you really want to establish with this line of questioning. If you can assist us, at least me to understand, because if you're going to look at each and every line of those emails, we should at least understand what you seek to achieve here. Because we seem to be way out from the terms of reference, and I thought that you really confine yourself to those issues in relation to the terms of reference. I don't know whether my interruption assists, but if you go this way, we will proceed until tomorrow morning. So I implore you to try to take us to the point that you seek to ascertain with the witness, because we have been here before, many times with these emails, from email 1 to email 5. If you can assist us with that.
What I'm seeking, Madam Chair, thank you. What I'm seeking to establish is what this witness understands. What is his version? What is he going to say about these dockets? How does he understand the email itself from his own perspective? Because it was sent to him. That's
Well, these emails are attached to his statement. You don't need to read each and every line of those emails. Just ask the witness questions, and he can just answer. Because we've been there before. We know exactly what happened with these emails. Many witnesses have testified about this, and if you can just get to the chase and ask the witness direct questions, and he will answer, because he has attached the emails to his statement, and I'm sure he understands the contents of those emails.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, Advocate Chauke says in this email that you have been requested to sign the indictment and you have been given, you delay in issuing an instruction for the reopening of the inquest. Your comment?
As I've already indicated, I think there is another email that will make reference to, or I think that email will be on page CSM 0043. It contextualizes the question that the evidence leader is trying to.
The email dated 13 June 2012
Yes, yes.
from Advocate Chauke at 11:20
Yes.
to yourself.
Yes, yes.
You want to give a comment there?
So what I'm trying to say, you can see after all this confusion between ourselves, I think that email clarifies issues.
Which of the 5 emails?
The CSM 0043 in respect of the inquest.
It's a
4-3.
6, yeah, it's 4-3, Madam Chair. 0043, CSM 0043. It must have been number 6 of some sort.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Proceed with a response.
No, all I was saying is the only email that is outstanding is mine that Mr. Chauke is referring to. But the one that is attached here is the one where Mr. Chauke is explaining himself after our confusion that, look, I've made a call that we have to withdraw that decision. There will be no need. So he was communicating that to me.
That there will be no need to?
If you read that email in its entirety, Mr. Chauke, dear Advocate Mlotshwa, my memo, and then kindly take note that I hereby withdraw the request for you to consider reopening of the inquest which have been listed on the memo. There will be no necessity for them to be reopened at this stage. I would, however, request copies thereof to be made, I suspect, and the current investigating team will approach your office or the offices of the magistrates for such assistance. I will let you know if we are unable to get assistance in this regard.
Thank you. So, Advocate Mlotshwa, you never signed any indictment on the Katomana matter.
To
You
date,
never signed any indictment.
to date, no. I was, yes.
And at the end of December 2016, you resigned from the NPA.
Yes. End of 2015.
End of 2015.
Yes.
And at the beginning of 2016, you did your pupillage.
Yes.
And you started practicing in 2017, according to your evidence.
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. That will be all.
I have a question for Advocate Mlotshwa. Advocate Mlotshwa, during your exchanges, during the exchange of the emails, telephone exchanges with Advocate Chauke, were you or did you at any stage feel that there is a fight or you said misunderstanding, but I want to know if there was any stronger word that can be used other than misunderstanding. Did you ever feel that there is a fight or you were disrespected in your position as the KZN DPP by a DPP from South Gauteng and all that? Were you at any stage made to feel that way?
Unfortunately, I'll have to give a long answer to the question. Firstly, when we were exchanging these emails, I had my own issues in the division, issues of threats, other high-profile matters. The articles, newspaper articles, are all attached in my bundle. The security has been withdrawn from me. NPA had stopped paying me salary for acting as a DPP. I was doing it for Mahala, if I were to put it that way. And then I will say, at the time when we exchanged these emails, it was at the time when in psychology they say, I had my own wars in my head. I felt that, hey, maybe Chauke is among the people who wants me removed in the matter.
May you please refer to him as Advocate Chauke, Advocate Mlotshwa?
As Madam Chair pleases. So it was on that basis, because if you look at the emails before and the emails after, we refer to each other Bror Chief until this incident. But after which everything went well. To date, I'm aware that he was not even involved with that. I thought that he was one of the people who are undermining me, who wants me removed from the position.
Thank you.
And this perception you had is before you wrote a statement before the Zondo Commission, did you?
Madam Chair, the most recent incident is last year when somebody was explaining to me how everything happened.
No, I'm asking you a question, Council.
Yes.
This perception that you had about Advocate Chauke is before you made a statement before the Zondo Commission. If my recollection is correct, you did make a statement before the Zondo Commission?
And the Mokoro.
And the Mokoro Commission.
Mokoro Commission, yes.
In one of your statements, I think the one before the Zondo Commission, you did make certain statements concerning Advocate Chauke?
Yes,
you did.
At the time I felt...
No, you did.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Advocate Mlotshwa.
Yes.
Your understanding of the matters, I mean, you are quite a senior officer within the National Prosecuting Authority.
I accept.
And you do understand the matters pertaining to like the use of a prosecution team, an overseer, a leader, and so forth.
Yes.
Right? Did you ultimately meet Advocate Maema?
No, I don't recall meeting Maema.
You don't recall meeting him. But then, would you say that, or rather, what status would you give to Advocate Chauke? How would you describe his position in relation to this Katomena cases?
The impression I got was he had an instruction to send a team to my division.
Now, if one has an instruction to assemble a team and send a team to your jurisdiction, would you see that as prosecutorial authority or exercising prosecutorial power?
If you may repeat the question.
Maybe slower When you say that he was sent to send a team to you,
Yes.
right? Firstly, let's talk about the sender. Ne? The sender would have been who? The National Prosecution, yeah,
Yes.
the director, Advocate Jiba,
Yes.
right? And would you then see sending a team to the KZN to start exercising their powers as prosecutors as directed by the NDPP? Do you see that as him exercising prosecutorial authority?
It had happened before? No.
The answer is no.
No.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Gatobe is almost the 1:30. It's 1:25. We may have to take an early lunch adjournment and reconvene at 2:30. Will it?
As you please.
Fine
Thank you,
for
Madam
you.
Chair. Yes.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, we're going to pause for lunch until 2:30. Advocate Mlotshwa, we're going to pause now for an hour and reconvene at 2:30.
I accept it.
Yes, you are under oath still. We adjourn.
To agree because with Mr. Chauge, the only telephonic conversation we had, it will be shortly before the meeting. I think I drafted this email while in court. There are so many mistakes. And then two,
can be found on necessarily have to.
Are you at page 147?
Can be found on from page 123
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Advocate Chauke. Good afternoon, Advocate Mlotshwa. You continue to be under oath, Counsel. You may begin, Advocate Tlaitobe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mlotshwa, do you have the terms of reference in front of you?
I don't, but before testifying, I looked at them in the morning and last night.
Do you now have them?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to the, I would say, the underlying facts, which is under paragraph 3, page 3. So what this inquiry is meant to do is to investigate the fitness of Advocate Chauke to hold office as a prosecutor, and in particular in the capacity of Director of Public Prosecutions. Do you believe that Advocate Chauke is not fit to hold the office that he currently holds?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Advocate Chauke. Good afternoon, Advocate Mlotshwa.
With the evidence I have,
continue to be under oath,
I don't
Counsel.
think he is not.
You may begin.
Not
Advocate,
unless there's other
Tlaitobe.
evidence.
Thank you,
Yes,
Madam
well,
Chair.
we can't-
Mr. Mlotshwa, do you have the terms of reference in front of you?
I don't, but before testifying, I looked at them in the morning and last night.
Do you now have them?
Yes.
All right. Can we go to the
First,
I would
I
say
think
the
it was
underlying,
broken down. The first arrest,
facts,
I was there.
which
That's
is
when I
under
saw him
paragraph
in
3.
Durban now, having traveled to
page
Pietermaritzburg.
3? So what this inquiry is meant to do is to investigate the fitness of Advocate Chauke to hold office as a prosecutor, and in particular in the capacity of Director of Public Prosecutions. Do you believe that Advocate Chauke is not fit to hold the office that he currently holds?
With the evidence I have, I don't think he is not. Not unless there's other evidence.
Yes, well, I mean, we can't work on other evidence other than the evidence you know. So according to you, he is fit to hold the office he currently holds?
Maybe for the records, I need to clarify this.
No. Just answer my question first before you clarify things for the record. I'm trying to understand your answer. On the evidence that you have in front of you, you say you do not believe that he is not fit. So that's a negative for saying he is fit,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
All right, what do you want to say then?
When preparing to come to this forum, the only impression I was given was to come here and testify about my engagement with him only on one piece of the inquiry, which is the engagement relating to the Katomena, which I explained in my evidence in chief.
Well, that's fine, but you can be cross-examined on any aspect that is relevant to the terms of reference. And that's why I'm asking where the case starts, which is the fitness of Mr. Chauke to hold the office that he holds. The second thing I want to ask you about the terms of reference is if you go to paragraph 3.1.1,
Yes, I'm with you.
and under sub-paragraph 3.1.1.1, do you have any evidence to give to the panel about whether or not Mr. Chauke supported a decision to prosecute the Ketumano accused without evidence?
The answer is a big no in the light of my evidence.
Yes, all right. And then if you go to 3.1.1.2, do you have any evidence that Mr. Chauke recommended the authorization of a racketeering certificate without evidence?
I did not see even that recommendation.
Yes, no, I understand it. I'm asking whether you can help the panel to answer the question in 3.1.1.2. The answer could be yes or no. So the answer here is no.
My answer is I can't be able to help the panel because I did not see the memorandum. The only thing I saw in this matter was the first draft and the emails we engaged about with Mr. Chauke. Nothing else.
Yes, all right. No, that's fine. Now, if I can then go back to 3.1.1.1. If you look there, what they say is that Mr. Chauke attempted to have the acting director of public prosecutions, when we asked Advocate Batoyi, who is this acting director, he said it was Mr. Mlotshwa. Now, what did he attempt to have him to do is to sign a case docket and a prosecution memorandum. Did Mr. Chauke ever attempt to force you to sign a case docket?
I never dealt with the docket. I brought it to the evidence leaders. That at no point did I deal with the docket. So there was no way I could be forced to sign to be forced to sign for the docket.
Did Advocate Chauke ever force you to sign a prosecution memorandum?
No.
Yes, all right. So 3.1.1.1, insofar as it refers to you, your answer is an
No.
absolute no. All right, thank you. We've already dealt with 3.1.1.2. Now 3.1.1.3 is about the review proceedings, where it is alleged that Mr. Chauke defended a review application without evidence. Can you help the panel on that?
No. Review took place after my recall.
Yes,
so
I
after
think
my
it
recall,
was
I did not
broken
have
down.
anything to
The
do with
first
it.
arrest,
So
I
the
was
answer
there.
is
That's
no.
when I saw him
Okay,
in Durban. Now, having
3.1.1.4,
traveled to Pietermaritzburg,
Mr. Chauke is
to
accused
Durban,
of instituting
and then
an
they
appeal
were
against
introduced
the
to
judgment
me,
of Judge
the
Govind. Can you help the
detectives.
panel on that?
Okay, fine.
Same
Advocate
answer, no.
Mlotshwa,
No.
let's get it clear.
3.1.1.5 is that Mr. Chauke attempted to have racketeering charges reinstated by Mr. Nxasan. Can you help the panel on that?
I can't.
No, all right. Then 3.1.1.2 is that Mr. Chauke attempted to charge, continued to charge Lieutenant General Richard Mdluli on charges other than murder, and he withdrew the murder charge. Can you help the panel on that?
No.
All right. Then we have 3.2, which asks whether or not Mr. Chauke, in executing his duties, complied with the Constitution, the NPA Act, or other relevant laws. Do you have any evidence that he did not comply with the Constitution, the NPA Act, or other laws?
No, I don't have.
Yes, all right. And 3.2.2 is whether or not, in exercising his discretion, Mr. Chauke acted properly. Do you have any evidence that he acted improperly?
No.
Yes. 3.2.3 says that asks the question whether or not Mr. Chauke duly respected court processes as required by the applicable prescripts and as a senior member of the NPA. Do you have any evidence that he did not respect court processes?
I don't have.
No. Okay. 3.2.4, the question is whether or not he exercised his powers or performed his duties in accordance with the prosecution policy and policy directives under Section 21 of the NPA Act. Do you have any evidence that he did not exercise his powers in line with the prosecution policy or in line with the policy directives under Section 21 of the NPA Act?
No.
All right. And then 3.2.5, the question is whether he acted at all times without fear, favor, or prejudice. Do you have any evidence that he acted with fear, with favor, or with prejudice?
No.
In 3.2.6, the question is whether he displayed the required competence and capacity to fulfill his duties, and whether he engaged the facts presented to him impartially in good faith. And then it continues. Do you have any evidence that he was not competent and did not show the capacity to engage with the facts before him in good faith?
No.
Yes. 3.2.7 is whether he acted in a manner that brought the NPA into disrepute by his actions or omissions. Do you have any evidence that he brought the NPA into disrepute by his actions or omissions?
I don't have.
So then why are you here?
I beg your pardon? What was your last answer?
I don't have.
You don't have.
Yes. So why are you then here? Because you can't help the panel on any of its terms of reference. Do you know why you're here?
Reason why I'm here, Madam Chairperson, is I received, I think, 4 calls from the evidence leaders. And the nature of the calls, they were asking me about my engagement with Advocate Chauke. On that basis, I was given to understand that as an officer of the court, as I engaged with Mr. Chauke, and those emails relate to one of the piece of evidence, that's why I had a problem even in drafting the affidavit for my evidence. Hence, I just indicated that the purpose of this affidavit is merely to explain my engagement, because that is the impression I got in my interactions with the evidence leaders.
Yes, can I tell you one aspect that has come from Advocate Batoyi, and you can help us with? Advocate Batoyi ignored the terms of reference, and he spoke about Advocate Chauke attempting to force you to sign an indictment, did Advocate Chauke ever attempt to force you to sign an indictment?
Emails are before the panel.
I'm asking you the question, did he ever force you to sign an indictment?
After he apologized, we left it like that.
Yes, I understand, but I want to get a clear answer. Did he ever force you to sign an indictment?
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got nothing else to ask.
In other words, that which was presented to the Zondo Commission in your statement and the statement of Major General Boyson in particular, in this regard, that Advocate Chauke forced you to sign the indictment without a memorandum is incorrect. I'm paraphrasing what is presented in those statements under oath, but that is the nub of the statement before the Zondo Commission.
Madam Chair, if I recall correctly, one of the things they wanted me to explain, if I knew law that exists when one prosecutor from the other division go to another division, in which instance I answered to the chairperson then that I did not know. Then I had to explain, but under exceptional circumstances, I won't deny a situation where a prosecutor from one division goes to another division. And then I went on to explain that in our situation, we didn't have written instructions. And then we had our own arrangement, in terms of which I had requested a memo so as to sign the indictment.
Do you remember Advocate Chauke's affidavit in response to your statement and the statement of Advocate Major General Boyson's in the Zondo Commission? Do you recollect what he said as in relation to you?
Madam Chair, as far as I remember, I picked up also some mistakes because these things happened long time ago.
No, just the essence, just the essence. In relation to you, particularly in relation to you having been forced to sign the indictment, do you remember that? What Advocate Chauke said in his deposition to the Zondo Commission?
Madam Chair, I don't
Can't
recall
remember.
seeing the Zondo Commission affidavit by Mr. Chauke.
Yes.
The only affidavit I have is the affidavit in connection with these proceedings.
Yes, before the Zondo Commission, Advocate Chauke prepared a witness statement in terms of Rule 3.2, and in that statement, he said to the Commission, in relation to the purpose why he was writing that statement, if I may paraphrase, the purpose was to address the allegations made by yourself and Major General Boyson. And he sought to deal specifically with those aspects of your statement to the Zondo Commission. You say you did not read his statement.
That is the position, Madam Chair. If I can be given just 10 minutes, I'll quickly go through it.
Yes, no, if you didn't read the statement, it's fine. But why were you before the Zondo Commission? Why did you make a statement before the Zondo Commission? Were you invited? And what was the purpose of your presenting a statement to the Zondo Commission in which you made allegations against Advocate Chauke? Remember, the Zondo Commission was about state capture.
Madam,
I've been trying to understand why those statements were made by yourself and Major General Boysons.
If I'm not mistaken, for the Zondo Commission and the other commission, I was approached by the evidence leaders.
Yes.
They told me that I need to come and give evidence as an officer of the court. Exactly as it has happened here, I had to oblige.
Yes. Now, in hindsight, given what you know now, in relation to Advocate Chauke, the vehemence against him before the Zondo Commission had nothing to do with the capture, correct?
Madam Chair, I indicated that even with the bundle of documents here, there is quite a number of attachments that are not relevant to this case. They were dealing quite a number of cases there, the high-profile matters that I was dealing with at that time. So this was one of them, not only this matter.
Counsel, you are not answering my question. My question is, now in hindsight, having reflected on the terms of reference which you accepted right at the outset of your testimony that you read, and with regard to what was presented before the Zondo Commission, in hindsight, would you agree with me that the vehemence made against Advocate Chauke then had nothing to do with the state capture?
It had everything to do with the memorandum that we agreed upon that I did not receive.
Did it have anything to do with state capture before Judge Zondo?
Madam Chair, my answer is no.
No.
With what I know.
That's precisely the point. I'm asking you about what you know. We all know what state capture was all about, and it just surprised me that those allegations against Advocate Chauke were presented to the state capture. And ultimately, the commission made no findings against Advocate Chauke, among other people. And I've just been wondering what was the purpose of presenting those statements to the state capture commission. I thought that maybe you'll bring something to our attention that we are not aware of.
Even coming here, I was also battling to understand up until I thought that maybe it's my engagement with Mr. Chauke. I had to comply.
Yes.
Advocate Mlotshwa,
Yes.
you say you went to the Zondo Commission because you were invited to.
That is the position.
And you say, as an officer of the court, you felt you were actually obliged to go and participate.
Even here, that's what I was told.
And participate fully in that commission.
That is the position.
And then you also mentioned that you also made a statement to the Mokoro Commission.
Yes.
And you say you participated there also because you felt obliged as an officer of court.
In other words, I did not voluntarily approach the commission to say I want to give evidence. The evidence leaders are the ones who came to me and said your evidence is required.
I don't think that is in dispute. I'm just following a different narrative. And you have said that you attended that inquiry because you were obliged to do so as an officer of court.
That is correct.
That is correct. And you have come here to give evidence also because you are an officer of the court and you believe you are under an obligation to do so.
That's my belief.
Would it be improper for an officer of court to decide not to participate, notwithstanding the invitation to participate in an inquiry of this nature or in a commission of its nature? Yes. What is your view?
With this one, if I were to take the panel into my full confidence, I first resisted, indicating that I'm extremely busy, I've got some commitments. But it was brought to my attention that if I do not cooperate, I will be reported to the LPC. I may be reported to the LPC or the Office of the Minister, in which case I thought if I do not cooperate, I'll come across as if I'm not helping the tribunal. It was on that basis that I agreed to the evidence leaders that if that is the position, even though these things happened 14 years ago, I'll try the best I can to recollect and see if it can help the tribunal. Hence, I'm here.
Yeah, in your long answer, you're actually saying you understand that there could be consequences arising from the ministry or even from the Legal Practice Council.
I accept that.
You understand that?
Yes.
And you agree that is the position?
I accept it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, any re-examination?
I have no re-examination, Madam Chair.
Advocate Mlotshwa, let me take this opportunity to thank you on my behalf and on behalf of my sisters, as well as on behalf of the evidence leaders and Advocate Chauke's team.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
For having made time to come. We appreciate that you run your own practice, and sacrificing a day or two will have an effect on your business as an advocate. We do appreciate that effort and your time in your endeavors. We wish you the very best.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You are excused.
Thank you.
As you prepare to go out, Advocate Mlotshwa, we're going to deal with housekeeping. You can just prepare yourself to walk as we deal with housekeeping matters. Advocate Mohlamonyane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a statement of Advocate Van Zyl which was being dealt with by my learned colleagues. And I'll hand over to Advocate Mayet SC to address the panel as far as that statement is concerned.
Before she does, we have seen the correspondence from the state attorney in relation to that statement. Am I correct that there was a correspondence about Advocate Van Zyl's statement?
There was, Madam Chair, in which Advocate Chauke's team indicated that they're not going to cross-examine on that statement. But that statement can form part of the record. They provisionally accept that it be handed up and it form part of the record. It's already filed off record.
Do you like to, as the chief evidence leader, to confirm that which was presented to us regarding the statement?
I am confirming, Madam Chair.
In other words, nothing really arises from the statement as of now.
As of now, indeed.
Because the terms of reference have not been amended by the President.
That is so, Madam Chair.
If my understanding is correct, the statement is there for noting.
The statement is there for noting, as it's already on record. And you can give guidance, Madam Chair, as to whether it's necessary that it be handed up, because it's already on record. and it's not a subject of any dispute.
Well, if the statement is not going to be of any relevance at this stage, if you can help me, what will be the point of handing it up to be part of this record?
That is why I say, Madam Chair, give us direction, but may not be necessary. I take your hint.
We need not burden the record, which is already very long, Advocate Mohlamonyane, and we know that at least as of now, that statement is not going to assist us, at least as of now. Am I correct?
Yes, you are, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Anything one can say?
So it's done.
But it's for completeness.
It's done.
Hear from Advocate Enquiry, our posture is that the statement should not as yet be handed up because we are not going to refer to it, at least until further developments. That is in relation to the Mdluli matter. Anything, Advocate Enquiry?
No, Madam Chair, we have nothing to add.
Nothing to add. Other than the statement of Advocate Van Zyl, other witnesses that you had intended to call, should we note that you are not calling any other witness? I remember you had General Mkhwanazi on your list. What has happened to that witness? Do you still considering calling him, or should we accept that you are no longer calling him?
Thank you, Madam Chair. After a further consultation with General Mkhwanazi, we decided that we should not call him as a witness.
You have decided
Not to call him.
to call him.
Yes, Madam Chair.
What then remains is the partially tendered evidence of Advocate Batoyi.
If I can interject before we deal with it, with your permission.
Yes.
What then remains, again, is a statement made by Superintendent Kanyile,
Superintendent who?
Kanyile, who was with Superintendent Onko when they were ambushed and killed.
The statement of the late Superintendent Kanyile.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have indicated to my learned friend that we intend to utilize Section 34, 1 and 2 of the Civil Proceedings Evidence Act number 25 of 1965 to ask the chair to accept that statement in evidence. Seeing that these proceedings are by nature civil, and that act should apply to the application for its acceptance. My learned colleague, Advocate Nkabinde SC, has indicated to me that they are going to object for the simple reason that that statement was obtained by a living person who is Marius Mostert. Apparently, Marius Mostert was the Commissioner of Oaths. But that is a subject, in our view, that is a subject of argument, because the law does not say anything about a Commissioner of Oaths who has obtained that statement, who must be called to hand up the statement, as my learned
You're really
colleague
making it
suggests.
difficult for us, Advocate Mohlamonyane. We would expect that on those matters that you don't agree upon together as counsel, you should not present argument as of now. Perhaps you should consider what options are available to you in relation to the handing up of that statement. I'm just thinking on the top of my head, just to apply, because now you are presenting what seemed to be argument, and we don't have anything before us relating to that very statement. It's not before us, we don't know what it says, and I propose that you consider your option, and now that you are not in agreement, decide what you would like to do about that statement. We don't know what the contents are. You know better.
I accept the chair's directive. We'll
Yes,
consider
I
our
think,
options.
Your team,
Yes.
put your heads together and decide how best to deal with that statement.
Durban,
Having
closer to
had,
the
a
deputy
look
DPP
at
offices
its contents,
in Durban.
and
But
if you want to
I do not
present
know,
proper
after my
arguments,
recall, the discussions and the
be it
meetings
by
that
way
were
of
held,
a
where
very
all
short
the issues
application,
were,
and
because my
just tell us, because
engagement
at the
was very
moment
limited
It doesn't
here.
serve any purpose to listen to you presenting argument on something that we have not even seen. We don't know what it's about. It can only be fair to all and sundry that we can participate in the discussion pertaining to the Kanyele statement. So put your heads together and decide on how you propose to tackle that issue.
Advocate Mohlamonyane, the statement that you are referring to, is it from the Maphumulo docket that was at some stage the subject of discussion, or is it found somewhere in the existing documents?
It is a part of the Maphumulo CAS 99 of 8, 99 of, I think it's 8, yeah, of 2009. If my memory serves, it was part of that docket. The docket that could not be found, the docket that I'm informed went missing. That's part of that docket.
Thank you. Then one would be looking forward to your application. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Baloimere.
Just quickly as a follow-up, the Kanyele statement was part of the pack that you sought to present to us at one stage, and there was an objection.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
It turned out that that was a package that you yourself prepared without the knowledge of the NPA, because Advocate Lekgetho I am talking about you, Advocate Lekgetho, so you may just pay attention. Advocate Lekgetho indicated that they had been looking for that docket. That is Superintendent Tonko's docket, the Maphumulo docket that was asked for a long time, could not be traced by neither the NPA nor the station commander in KZN, where that docket was supposed to have been. And the station commander had made a statement to the effect that he will try to ascertain from IPD about that availability of that docket. Am I correct?
You are correct, Madam Chair.
And that docket surfaced that day, or rather part of that docket surfaced that day when you prepared that dossier that you sought to present to us.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
And there was an objection, you remember, from Advocate Ramokhali that That is the very docket that they had been looking for a very long time, and it was not clear where it came from. Now, you wish to present, I'm just mentioning this context so that you remember where we come from with regard to this document, so that when you have a discussion with your colleagues, you look at it more objectively. In fairness to Advocate Chauke's team as well, when you present that statement, being a statement coming from a docket that has disappeared, and we still don't have that docket, how do we know that there are other documents in the docket which may have been suppressed? Why is it that only the statement of Mr. Kanyile, not the entire docket, should be made available?
Madam Chair, let me put it within this context. As evidence leaders, we got the impression that the panel regarded the late Kanyile as a potential witness. And
No. I remember the exchange by my sister Ramachacha about this aspect.
yes,
And as at that time, when she asked these questions, if my recollection of the recording is correct, we had not been told that Superintendent Kanyile has passed on. And at that time, efforts were still made to locate the docket by the NPA, by the station commander, KZN, and supposedly IPIT. And you got hold of that statement, which you said you were given by Mr. Mostert. Or am I correct?
yes, Superintendent Mostert,
Yes.
Paul Mostert.
Yes. And he gave you the statement without the entire docket. Am I correct?
You are correct, Madam Chair.
And that takes me back to my question. Why only a portion of the docket and not the entire docket?
Because as evidence leaders, we indicated with the exchange, Madam Ramachacha, that we were not of the view, we were not intending to call Kanyile. But seeing that Kanyile would be a necessary and important witness, we then took it upon ourselves to try and trace him. At that time, Superintendent Kanyile was still alive when we made attempts to trace him. When we received the last correspondence from a police station nearer to where he had relocated, it was indicated in the correspondence that he has been located, but that he is in hospital. Unfortunately, he had passed on yesterday. And that is when we thought perhaps we can utilize Section 34, 1 and 2 to have this statement accepted as part of the evidence.
Yes, I understand that background.
Yes.
I'm now talking about now that you seek to present the statement. And I'm just raising this question so that when you have a discussion, you should look or consider all these aspects that I'm raising with you. That a statement is just a mere part of a docket, statement of one person. I know that Kanyile could have been, or rather Superintendent Kanyile could have been critical because he was in the company of Superintendent Konto when he was fatally shot. But the contents of the docket, as you have seen with other dockets, are very critical. That's why I'm asking you now, put aside that which was put to you earlier on that might have necessitated the calling of Mr. Kanyile. I'm now addressing this very issue with you so that when you have a discussion with your colleagues, you should look at all these aspects, that even if you want to invoke the provision relating to the statement of deceased persons, shouldn't we be looking into what was in the docket? Where is the docket? Shouldn't we avail the entire dockets to the inquiry? Because this is remember, this is a fact-finding process. We have to look at everything. But if you give us only a part of that docket, and the entire docket is not available, one may just ask, why only the statement? Why are we not given the dockets? If somebody, Superintendent Mostert or whoever, managed to get hold of that statement, where is the docket? So that is the question that I would like you to consider, and so that when you reflect, you apply your mind to all these points that I'm raising with you.
Certainly, Madam Chair, we will do that.
It may well be that there's some crucial documents in that docket. You remember we dealt with all the dockets that contain ballistic reports and other relevant reports of experts, but we don't know what is in this very docket relating to the Mapumula case number. So do think about all those points and do advise us tomorrow.
Yeah, we will, Madam Chair.
You must have a meeting this afternoon with your team and have discussions, and let us know tomorrow what the position is. And if you think it is important to have the statement filed of record, you will have to file an application so that you present all these facts before us under oath, and Advocate Chauke's team will answer, so that we have all the facts before us before we consider whether we should have only the statement of Superintendent Kanyile out of the entire dockets of Mapumulo case number.
I may, in passing, maybe as a matter of interest, indicate that after the issue of the bundle, I made efforts to try and get the docket from Superintendent Paul Mostert. He promised he will send it. Up to now, I've not received it. I'm just mentioning it.
Yeah, but it doesn't assist me, so
Doesn't,
I think we can sit together, put your heads together. Against that background, decide what you wish to do. Advocate Mohlamonyane.
Evidence leaders, attention please. Thank you.
Apologies, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I think just to add on, it'll help you to look at the transcript of that day when there was an attempt to hand up the statement of General Kanyile, because it is clear there is some distortion, but we don't have to engage on that. You just look at the transcribed record and then make your decision on how to move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, my sister. You can switch off there. Yes, Advocate Mohlamonyane, I might just maybe request the attorneys from Mlebatsi attorneys to just come forward so that you are closer to the mic.
they use this one, Madam Chair?
I think Advocate Kowe can move this way. Advocate Mohlamonyane can move this way so that the attorneys can also be in front of us. Madam Advocate Mokhatle, am I correct?
Ms. Mokhatle, yes, Madam Chair.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon, ma'am. Maybe I should just say counsel too. Yes. What is the position? I know that in the morning we discussed the issue relating to the correspondence to this, or from the state attorney regarding Advocate Batoyi. And we gave some advices as regards your ascertaining from her what she is going to do regarding her evidence, her partially tendered evidence. Are we still agreed that you will communicate with her, or you might have communicated by now, following our morning's discussion, so that at least by tomorrow you should give us an indication whether Advocate Batoyi is keen to come and finish her testimony or not? Is it still doable?
Yes, Madam Chair. So we heeded your advice. Immediately following our discussion this morning, we did write to Advocate Batoyi in order to obtain instructions. As we mentioned, she is traveling, so there is a time difference issue, but we have written to her. We are working on responding substantively to the letter received on the 17th of April from the State Attorney, specifically in relation to whether she will be returning to the inquiry or not. And that response will be received by tomorrow. So that is an undertaking that we've given.
Thank you very much. You may just mention to Advocate Batoyi that we are aware that she was in the country a week ago. She testified before the Zondo Khampepe Commission, so everybody saw her on the screen testifying. And I verily believe that she is in the country. But as you say, she is now traveling. But that does not detract from the fact that you can communicate with her via WhatsApp or by email and just get an indication from her as to what she has elected to do.
As we have, Madam Chair.
And we are greatly indebted to you, by the way. You can communicate with the evidence leaders. Advocate Mohlamonyane, do communicate with Ms. Mokhatle and team. And to the extent reasonably possible, you can also maybe cause a letter to be sent to Advocate Batoyi as the evidence leader.
We will do so, Madam Chair. We take your advice. Although there was a letter that was written for which we are still waiting for a response from her. But we can write again.
Written by who?
The State Attorney. We wrote it through the State Attorney.
Advocate Mr. Simele Mecha.
Mr. Simphiwe Mlotshwa wrote it on our behalf.
When was that letter written, by the way?
Last week, you can remind me of the date? 17, which was Friday. Yes, last week on Friday.
And you have not received any response
Yeah.
from Advocate Batoyi?
We have not received any response. It is a letter that was referred to by our colleagues this morning. Yes. Yes.
We should know by tomorrow morning as to what the position is, because we are almost about to close and consider the next step that you're going to take as the inquiry. But before we hear from you regarding the incomplete testimony of Advocate Batoyi, that makes it difficult for us to plan. We had anticipated that we should be in a position when you close your respective cases to give you some indication as to when, or rather the period within which you'll prepare your written submissions. We cannot do that now without knowing whether she is coming or not. That is why we implore you to make a concerted effort to get to her and hear from her whether she's coming back or not. Anything else, Advocate Mohlamonyane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not at this stage. Not at this stage. Maybe tomorrow.
Okay, Kaitobi.
We have nothing to add, Madam Chair.
Closer to the deputy DPP offices in Durban. But I do not know, after my recall, the discussions and the meetings that were
I'd
held,
like to
where
implore
all the
all the
issues were.
parties
Because my engagement was very
be
limited
aware
here.
that
I wouldn't
we-
know what other considerations
chasing
were
time.
on the desk, because
But
my
secondly,
involvement,
we
you can
cannot,
see, is just
as we
the draft,
rise,
if I can call it, the draft indictment, the exchange of the emails, my recall.
not postpone to a specific date. We cannot postpone sine die, so we need to get answers so that we can plan. Can we really work together so that by tomorrow we know what is our action plan? Otherwise, we will be chasing time in the next few weeks. Can we really work together? Thank you.
Madam Chair, just on my side, Mr. Ramokhale will replace me for tomorrow, but he is fully in control of the timetable. Nothing will delay just because I'm not here.
Yes. Thanks to all of you. Thanks, Madam. We will hear from you tomorrow. We will assemble again tomorrow morning by, let me find out from you, because of the time differences that you spoke about. Hope that by 9 you would have had, or would it be better to adjourn until a little bit later, 10 o'clock? Advocate Mohlamonyane and your team and Ms. Mohale, what do you think will be the appropriate time to reconvene again to hear from you?
Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I think the extra hour might assist. So I would take that up if that's acceptable. 10 o'clock would be great.
10 o'clock.
I agree with my colleague.
10 o'clock.
Indeed, Madam Chair.
Yes, we'll indulge you. Advocate Kaitobi, we will just tell Advocate Ramokhale we will reconvene at 10 o'clock tomorrow. And the business of the day basically will be to hear whether Advocate Batoyi is coming or not. And it will now be up to you, respective parties, whether you are closing your cases or not. Then we can give some directives.
So by design, at 2:15, we should be in the chamber. 2:10.